Peru and also the plants and everything, with the idea of bringing back the original feeling. So we've done what we could with we've been authentic to the Peruvian culture, but also we bring, it's a game, so we want to make it fun and beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, when we dove into it, we're like, okay, the cog puzzle is such an iconic part of that game. I'm going to say iconic a lot because we are dealing with an icon.
Yeah.
So, but let's say they're memorable water cooler moments that people remember so well. But in a modern gaming sense, like we have we have an ability to create a higher believability sense of immersion. And so when we really kind of step back and we look at it for what it is and how we try to make the gameplay feel naturally seated and believable in the world, but just slightly out of place, like why does this exist?
Yeah.
It sparks a feeling of curiosity. And curiosity combined with exploration is like what Tomb Raider is at a core. And so we get it on screen and we hopefully make people happy with it.
Yeah, but also when you look at the cock puzzle, we wanted to make a sense why it's there. So we created a whole narration around it. Like we created this culture that has this ceremony of bringing the cocks together to open the gate to Tomb of Qualopec. So it was really fun to just build the whole structures and logic and the whole system, why it would be there and how it worked.
I love that.
Like here's a perfect example of curiosity on display. Like Lara gets a beautiful pencil dive into the water after dislodging the roots.
Stunning.
But,
10 all round, by the way. 10.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
awesome. But along the way, she's like, wait a minute, I see something out of the corner of my eye. The player drives in and they come into this new space. You may have never missed this unless you or you may have never seen it if you had not taken a chance to actually just look around for a beat.
I mean, speaking about looking around, is there maybe particular details that you guys are really proud of or that you want players to really notice in the environment of the game?
From an environment perspective, for me, was the most important. I want people to immerse in a game, and I don't want to break this immersion, so I wanted to build everything with the logic. So everything, all the mechanisms, all the puzzles, they need to be there for a reason, and me and our team, we really worked really hard to make sure that every single puzzle, every single obstacle that Lara meets, it makes sense. So when you dive deep into the environment, into the world that we are playing, it's there because someone built it, not because the game requires it to.
And we don't want the environment to feel like it's a heritage site. I mean, we're in the wild. This is a lost city, lost to time that we are discovering. And as a result, we have the opportunity to kind of do some storytelling tricks where we can actually say, hey, this is a culture that evolved in isolation for a while. So how do you preserve what we know about Incan culture, but at the same time, give it a uniqueness to say, hey, it's unmistakably Tomb Raider, but it's that way because they just evolved in isolation for a while.
Yeah.
And when you play the game, you're going to find out why.
Yeah.
Sick. And then you can have a lot of fun with the overgrown aesthetic as well as obviously some of the dirt that Lara's picked up as she's traversing through these environments. That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, that's a part of just making sure that the environment feels like you are the person who discovered the first in a very, very long time, because that's what she does. And we want to make sure that that's how it feels as well.
Yeah, and Lara's she's not a delicate flower. She looks good, but she is going to get her hands dirty. She's going to dig in.
Heck yeah.
She's going to go anywhere, and she's going to follow her instincts, similar to how she's doing here. She's like, I need that cog to get that puzzle moving. I found one, but that has opened up the path to somewhere else. So curiosity is driving her. You're going to be along, helping her find that way, and we get into beautiful traversal that makes sure that Lara's physical attributes, her abilities, her athleticism is on full display in these moments.
She's at her peak, right?
She's at her peak.
Yep.
Love that. Now, the puzzles, like you mentioned, they are such an iconic part of Tomb Raider for me as well. There's so many that I remember from Greece, Egypt, all of the levels. Can you go a little bit deeper about how you've evolved them for Legacy of Atlantis?
Similar to what we talked about reimagining, it's about saying, hey, this puzzle as it existed, what was the original intent here? And if that intent is something that we are like, hey, that's a really strong guiding principle, how do we take that and make it the ultimate version of what it intends to be? Sometimes that means sticking very close to the formula. Sometimes it means deviating into another area, but we do so in a way that's very thoughtful and very precise because we never want to make it feel like we're ignoring the history of this adventure that we're reimagining. We want it to feel like it's the re-debut of this game. And so adding new details like giving her gear items that allow her to extract more lore from the world, preserving some of those classic
Yeah.
abilities like push-pull,
I love it.
traversal being fluid and dynamic. We'll get into combat a little bit later, but these are all just Tomb Raider things at the core.
Amazing.
Yeah, but just going back to the scanner thing, like you can use a scanner if you are a fan and just want to, like Jeff said, dig deep into the lore. You can scan things and find out more, but you can also use the scanner as a clue to the puzzles.
Cool.
It gives you clues if you want to. If you don't want to, you can just play it your way.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that's us trying to be sensitive to the players, because there are those that want to have this full breadth of systems, but we also have our hardcore players that are like, I want 2 pistols and no help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're accommodating them as well.
Yeah, I love that. Giving players way more choice and following their lead as well. That's so cool. It sounds like you guys have done a lot of research as well and really respected a lot of the environments that you're talking about in real life, as well as creating a more fantasy realm for Lara to explore. That sounds sick.
I mean, the research is a massive part of what we've been doing, because the cultures that we've been working on recently is Incans, ancient Greece, Egypt, and we want to be respectful to those cultures and to the history that they have, and also for the players to feel like they are actually archaeologists, not just playing the game. So that's why we've done so much research.
And when we decided to partner with the Hogs on this game, co-develop it together, we knew that they were also fans of the game. I think Maddie is actually one of the designers on the
Matty, yeah.
Yeah. So like we've got a designer on the team who literally used to make Tomb Raider levels for fun.
Yeah.
And he's
No way!
really well known in the community. So these are real fans that are making the game.
Wow.
But at the same time, we're also, we have a luxury of very talented developers who ask the right questions, who push in the right places to make sure we get really cool stuff that's fun to play on screen. And watching this whole process unfold over the last few years has just been a treat as a developer.
I bet. That's so special. That's so cool. What we're seeing here is Lara movement in full action there. She's got a lot of swagger. Like I said, she's got steez looking. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the innovations that Lara's movement can be experienced in Legacy of Advances, and how it'll feel for players to play as her?
What we hope it feels familiar. We
Yep.
hope that you can pick up the sticks and you're like, wow, this is like putting on an old pair of shoes that are super comfortable. But at the same time, we've given her a couple of more tricks that she can use to help navigate the world, such as her grapple cuff that can give her some unique abilities to interact with objects, to use it to navigate. Those little touches are additive and are meant to enhance the experience while still preserving that original intent.
Very cool.
But that cog puzzle, I mean, she basically knew she needed to find it. She used her instinct. She moved upwards through this beautiful little pocket city that was adjacent to this temple, discovered things about it along the way, got inside, found this beautiful water clock whose purpose is unknown.
Yeah.
She gets it,
Look at her
and
go.
look at this.
There she is. That's Lara, baby. Oh my gosh.
Lara never comes in through the front door, and she never
Yes.
leaves without style.
Oh, that's sick.
So yeah, we've got this
Good.
beautiful landscape around us. The environment art is stunning.
I know.
I mean,
Incredible.
I mean, we try to. When you play in this game, like we want you to explore and just enjoy exploring the environment, a part of doing everything else. Like if you just want to walk around and want to figure out what was actually happening in this place and
Yeah.
how what the people were doing there hundreds of years ago, you can do so. And just working on all those vistas, it's just so awesome. Like our teams put so much heart and passion into building the vistas like this.
look at that. This is one of my favorite
Cinema,
favorite
guys.
moments is the postcard shots where you're
Yeah.
alone in the wilderness. You can hear the birds chirping, the leaves rustling. There's no time clock. We want people to slow down when they play the game. We want
Yeah.
them to say, take it in, enjoy it. You don't have to speed run it, but if you're listening and you do,
Yeah.
let us know what your time is, because we'll keep track. But
Good.
but that's great. It's the type of audience that we have. We
Yeah.
have people that want to challenge themselves to move through the experience as fast as they can, and those that want to sightsee. And the game just is welcoming to all.
I'll be sightseeing for sure. I've got tears in my eyes. I'm not even joking. That is absolutely incredible. Wow. I wanted to go back a little bit and talk a little bit more about Lara's toolkit and how that's evolved here. So we have mentioned her grapple hook, we saw the scanner in action as well. How is that really going to affect the gameplay for players, and what other tools has she got up her sleeve?
Well, we've got like you said, the 2 items that we've already discussed.
Nice.
And as Arik mentioned, the scanner has some dual functionality. It can not only give you some hints that are optional if you don't want to engage with it, but it also gives you some world lore. But on top of that, we've got some things under the hood in our PDA that we can use to help give her some slightly different skill attributes if you want to equip her in a certain way to help meet challenges as you face them. We've got our crafting system because we want to make sure that, finding med packs
In the middle of the jungle. It's cool.
A little bit old school, yeah.
in a tomb 10,000 years old, has lucky that there's a first aid kit
What
here.
do you mean? They're not there all the time?
No,
What the heck?
so we were like, how do we make this still feel like Tomb Raider, but at the same time, like, not break immersion? And so that's where, like, crafting is a perfect add-on addition to it. It lets her scavenge the world for resources, use her knowledge and her ability to craft something useful.
Let's see what
And on
treasures
top of that, she can use recipes to provide certain gameplay buffs that are going to help give her short-term
If you want to, you
advantages.
don't have to.
And
You can just play the old school way, dual pistol, all the way through with healing items if you want.
If you want to put your heads down and power through it, you can do it, but these
Yeah.
things are available to you, and we think they're fun to engage with.
Amazing.
The Tomb of Qualipec waterfall gate is opened.
Done it.
Now here we're advancing to a little
Yes.
bit later in the game.
yeah.
We're now just on the cusp of a very memorable first encounter. So folks, hold on. Here we go.
Oh, I remember this, I think.
But we got to do it with style.
Yes! I'm so worried you were going to include a song. That's so sick.
You know,
she's so cool.
Early stages of the project, we were like, hey, if we're really going to do this, we want to represent Lara in a way that she's fully recognizable. And part of that is the acrobatics. Lara without the acrobatics is still cool Lara, but not classic Lara. And here, they're on full display, but what I hope people appreciate is that there's more grounding, more believability to it in how she moves. She's still having fun, but
It's synonymous to her, but like you mentioned, the more grounded when she was kicking the cog puzzle, that looked sick. It was so cool.
Yep.
But yeah.
those little interactive moments add a sense of cinematic spectacle time to time, which is nice. It allows the game to still feel like a summer blockbuster.
Yeah. And speaking of,
we go.
hello, who are these guys? Hello. The Raptor design looks really cool, Arik, as well.
Brilliant, thank you.
I love the addition of the feathers.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to keep the red color, which you remember from the original one. But obviously, our knowledge about the dinosaurs evolved so much since 1996. So we wanted, and like with everything in this game, we want to add on the top of what's been done already. So we kept the color. We add our own silhouette designs, and we added the feathers to make it unique for the legacy of Atlantis.
Nice.
And their combat has been like dramatically overhauled. They're no longer just charging at you and just taking bullets. They're thinking, they're evading. You have the ability to use the health reticle when in aim down sight to be able to kind of assess where they're at so you can target your shots. And with Lara's combat, love seeing the axe make a little appearance.
Yeah.
Utility gear for the win. But when she's actually in combat, she's got a loop of, assessing the situation, responding, and then moving to make sure she can then reassess. And Lara's always in motion. Her combat is fluid, it's organic, but at the same time, it helps her kind of overcome challenges and get the upper hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to keep moving all the time. It's like a dance for them.
Yeah.
That's sick.
And you can see a little blue dot on the bottom, which enables you to go into the focus mode, which slows down time, which is one of my favorite features in our game.
For sure.
Yeah, when that fills up, she can go into hyper focus, slow down time, and really pull off those precision shots. But if you're gonna do that, like, give her some style when she does it.
Absolutely.
Let those acrobatics shine.
Hello.
There's our girl.
That's the girl, yeah.
Yay! Oh my gosh, what was it like reimagining such an iconic boss fight here as well as the other ones in Atlantis? How was that?
From our perspective, it was just an honor to work on a T-Rex, but like we've worked for such a long time to just make sure it's perfect from our perspective, and we were trying to be respectful to the OG one. The moment when she's coming out like throughout the corner and you see the T-Rex. We couldn't do exactly this, but we wanted to have the same emotions when people see her for the first time, and then just working on a design, it was such a blast.
Yeah. And when you see her, it's like she still has some of those classic DNAs. She's got that beautiful green with the yellow pockets under her eyes. But we've also got some added elements in the feathers that also provide a little bit more of a reason of, she's in a geothermal valley. I mean, she's going to have a little bit of plumage that feels like it matches that environment, and it just gives her this really recognizable signature look.
I just love that we added those red feathers because this
Oh, so I had my microphone off. Thank you. Ah, all right. So, restarting. Uh, just let me turn this off. So good morning, everyone. My name is David Ho. I'm the developer behind Bobo and the Chess of Nightmares. Today is the last Thursday of August. The game is coming out in 2 months, and I have a lot to do. Today we're going to tackle the revamping of the UI. Yesterday I started revamping the UI, namely the main menu. The main menu was very simple. It had a loading screen on which you could select a slot and then you select the level. It had a traditional level selector. But Bobo does not feature a traditional 2D level selector. We will feature a similar solution to Sparrow. Sparrow has a 3D hub level that has various portals, and those portals will lead you to a world. And this is very similar. You have a hub level. The hub level will feature several tents, on which tent will lead you to a nightmarish world. That 2D traditional level selector needed to be eliminated. So now the main menu only features the save load selector file, and will feature also, which was lacking previously, the option menu. I'm going to show you here the what was revamped. So now You have buttons. Before you had just press X to continue to start or whatever. Now you can choose the options. Then the new game will lead you to a slot selection file on which you need to create a save. Also, when you have a save, you can eliminate it, the save, on which the GUI was totally revamped. So it has a more Halloween type look. Also, the slots were revamped. It now feature the echo mirrors, which was not featured previously, and will also the rip its placeholder. I don't know what to insert here yet to fill out the slots. Maybe I will insert how many death you had in your playthrough. I will think about it later. So you can eliminate the save in the options. This is a placeholder yet. It's not final, but which we are going to do today. So you have audio, on which you can change the several settings of the volume. Controls, you had the same control features of you had previously in the demo: invert horizontal camera, vertical, and camera speed. Visuals, you can change the resolution in the PC, of course, and it will feature full screen. I will later add some other options like filters. And the gameplay at the moment only has modern mode. It will give you infinite lives. Oh, I need a coffee. Then in the new game, only if you insert select the new game, you will need to choose a slot, okay, and you press action, and then the slot, the save is created, and now you need to choose your playstyle. This was not planned initially, but after some feedback in some expos, I decided to make the game more accessible to new audiences. And one of the solutions I came up with was like Crash Bandicoot 4. They had, because Crash Bandicoot, the original trilogy, is known for its high difficulty and precision platforming. So I played Crash Bandicoot 4 just to see how they modernize the gameplay to new audiences, because play behavior changed a lot in these 3 decades. So the gameplay of the Crash Bandicoot 4, it's very similar to the original trilogy. It's very linear. It features a lot of precision platforming as well, but they feature a modern and retro mode, which on retro it plays like the previous titles, on which you have a life system, a traditional life system with lives. You can collect lives, but if you lose all lives, you need to replay the level all over again. And in the modern mode, you have infinite lives, and you always, since you don't have a life system, you don't have to restart the level. It features Bobo will feature the same settings. You have a modern mode and a retro mode. The retro mode goes by default, but it explains here which is which. The modern, when you die, you also continue from the last checkpoint, recommended. When you die, you lose a red tree. Running out of red trees restarts the level from the beginning, just like the old days. You can change the playstyle at any time, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. So let's choose modern. Now it's starting the game. And then, as you can see on the top left screen, you have the mask icon. It's a placeholder, but it's to differentiate the modern mode with the retro mode. Oh, I've brought some visitors. Hi. But you can change it every time. Now, let's just erase and choose retro mode. And then you have it on the top left screen. You have a traditional life system with 7 lives. So, as said before, today we're going to revamp the UI, namely the options menu, which needs polishing. Also, the pause menu, which needs also, especially here, which features a built-in UI from Unity. So it needs to be revamped just to be visually more appealing. Also, I need to change when it's settings. The settings go to the right side of the screen without blurring the background. So, those are my plans for today. I can see I have some visitors. How are you guys? You please follow me. Hi, Alien. Thank you for following. How are you? Are you also a game developer? Hi there. Oh, I forgot. Just let me insert the link of the game. Okay. And now it's pinned. So I'm just trying to break into the industry, either game dev or not. Let me also insert some music, some background music, just a moment. Where's the music? There you go. And now we have some music. So, welcome, Eldian. Just clicking through random streams. Okay. But thank you for following me. And this game looks pretty interesting, especially in this world of slop. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about my little game. So my name is David Ho. I'm the CEO of Polycast Labs, which is a which is a very recent company I've built to build this game. This is my first video game ever, and this is a 3D platformer. The game is called, as you can see, Bobo and the Chess of Nightmares, a 3D platformer. It's a mix of Pandemonium. It's mixed with Medieval. Do you like Medieval? That PS1 classic? Or have you played Jinx on the PlayStation 1? So it's basically a jester. It's not a clown, people. It's a jester. So it's a jester trapped in the nightmarish world. Basically, that's the concept. You can see the trailer and you can wishlist the game on the link you have pinned in the chat. And the game is in development since last year. It had a pre-production period in February of last year. Then it was put on hold, and then the game entered full production in November, and it's going to be released in Halloween of this year. So it's going to have more or less 11 months of development, and I am a solo dev. This is not a team. I'm going to show you the trailer of the game. Oh, sorry about that. So I hope you liked the game, but as I was saying, this was a challenge for me because I wanted to build a game in a year or less, because I was on several game productions which never came to fruition. Because we didn't have financing or publisher or anything, and since those projects didn't have funding and took a very long time to make, it got cancelled. So basically that was it. So I got enough of that and went solo. So yeah, basically that's it. So the challenge was I'm going to make a game solo with with private funding and make it in less in a year or less. And yes, the game is coming out in Halloween of this year. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yes, it's very soon. Yeah, it's 2 months from now, and I have a lot to do. But this is since it's my first game, it has been a learning journey because this game is going to be initially the goal was to release a game, to make a game in a year or less, and just to release it to just to learn how to make a game to beginning to end, and also learning how the platforms just like Steam works, how Steam works in terms of game development, and learn the visibility features and the marketing and wherever. And that was the goal. But since then, a lot have changed. The goal is always will be to learn the process, but it became much bigger because the game got accepted on consoles, which was a dream come true. I have like a bajillion games to play, but through in a wishlist looks fun enough. Okay, wishlist the game, please. The vibes remind me of Alice Madden Returns sometimes. Yeah. It's a budget title. You can say that, yeah. Which is okay. It was I'm a solo dev and my resources are very limited. But I was saying the game got accepted on consoles, so it's going to be released on Steam, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, the first one, and that alone was a feat of itself, and it was also a way to learn how console development works, porting to consoles, and also how those platforms console manufacturers work with GameDev. So it's been very valuable learning curve, yeah. So where are you from, Million? As you can see, I am not a native English speaker. I am Portuguese. Hungarian, oh. If my keyword. Okay. So we are going to revamp the UI. Okay. So what are we going to revamp today are the options, which they mostly need some polish. Okay. Okay, just open this. Yeah. Not slice, simple. Nice, I have some math studies to catch up for. How old are you? Oh, we got a new follower. Motson Robin. Hi, Motson Robin. How are you? Welcome in. Are you a game developer? Tell me more about you. I am almost 30 followers. Okay. So, options, header, back button, image, text, options. Okay, so we are going to put this here. Okay, options, panels, text, option, header text, header text. Hello, I'm good, how are you? Yes, just started learning how to make games in Unity. Well, I'm making a 3D platformer. You can check out the game on the chat, you have the link there. I'm making my first game as well. And I'm making a 3D platformer, which is coming out in Halloween of this year. This game is in production since last year. It's going to be an 11-month production period. Very fast, I know, but it's my first video game. And you can wishlist it if you want. So what I'm streaming the development of the game, and now I'm doing the UI. Just check out on Steam, looks very cool. Thank you. I'm a solo dev, by the way. Let's just change the font. 32, like 15. Backdrop, this is too much, like 600 and 400, yeah. Less, no, minus 15, okay. Header text, 0. Uh, 15. No, we need to put this a child of this, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that. Now we need to insert here an image, a background image. Header, just header. And then header text. No. Center, yeah. Yeah, that's it. And now what was it called in the options? No, not options, safeguard. Checked. Empty. Empty frame. Headline. That was it. Okay, headline. Headline. Not slice, simple, and 300 maybe. This is too much, like 45, not 40. Plus 5. Okay, options. And panels. Okay, panels need to go here. Just wide stretch them. You know. No. No, 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 no. 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 Okay. Just put it this way. Backdrop, panels. Have another panel here. And oh, I need to change the font. Next. Oh, there's tabs. Now we are on categories. Okay. Label. Okay. Label. There we go. There you go. Five. Okay. Let's just so I have 29 followers now. Who is going to be the last one to reach my goal of today of 30 followers? Okay. Who is going to be the lucky one? Okay. So, audio panel. Okay. Controls panel. Looks okay. Hi. Hi, Ecoscope. How are you? What this game is about? So, this is a 3D platformer. You can check out the game on the chat. You have the link there. It's a 3D platformer which features a jester in the nightmarish world. It's going to come out of Halloween of this year, and it's made by a solo dev that is me. I'm going to show you again the trailer. Here's the trailer. It's a mix of Pandemonium or Jinx mixed with medieval. And it's also my first video game. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. You can play the demo if you want. It's on Steam. And wishlist it, please. It helps a lot with visibility on Steam. And share it. Share it with your friends. And I'm self-published. It does not have a publisher. All made by myself. I hope you liked the trailer. So what I'm doing right now is revamping the UI, because UI featured basically the Unity built-in UI. The sounds, the art also you made, so the sound effects are external. They're not made by me because I'm not a musician. In terms of art, it's mixed with my own art with some assets. Because I'm a solo dev, this was a challenge to make a game in a year or less, and therefore I had to sacrifice some of my own content. So I mixed my own assets with some external assets. And no, it does not feature AI. So, how long have you been programming? I have been programming since 2012. And I'm a self-taught programmer, not a very good one, but I can get some things made. And that's one of the reasons why I'm making a 3D platform in terms of game logic. It's very simple compared to an RPG, for example. But I'm not a very prolific programmer, I'm more like a level designer. When was... okay. Controls panel, visual panel, okay. So we need to... okay, this looks good. Looks good. The resolution here, I don't like it. What did you start programming in? C#? No, Unity already existed. Unity exists since 2008, I think. I'm going to check that out. 2005. Yeah. I've been using Unity since 2011. Oh, which Unity itself you started? Unity 4, I think? Or 3? I'm going to check that out. I think it was 4, because I remember I was doing an RPG back then, and I had to migrate 4 to 5. Yeah, it's Unity 3, yes, Unity 3. Then I started using Unity 4. Unity 4 came out in 2012, and then yeah, it makes sense because I remember migrating a project from Unity 4 to 5. Yeah, and now I'm using Unity 6.1. So this is yes, this is my first commercial game, yes. I was on several projects before, but since we were indie, we depended on money, of course. And since those projects didn't catch up a publisher, it got cancelled. Basically, that was it. I've tried to make a game with a team with no money, but that also took a very long time to make. And life happens, people start going to university or start working or having children, and then they slowly started to exit those projects, and also those projects became cancelled. So that's why I'm going solo, to erase any type of external forces, as you may say, that can condition the release of the game. I don't know if this makes sense. So, if I make this game by myself, I will know for certain this game will come out. So that's why I'm going solo. And yes, this game is going out this Halloween. Okay, Roblox. Okay. Checkbox. This looks okay. Modern mode. Why is the... Going to change this later. So. Yeah, like that. Yeah, looks good. Let's test. I think the sound, yeah, the sound is on. Okay. 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 So now I need to change the categories. Yeah. Categories, so why does header? Okay, so this comes here. Okay, that can, this can go, no. This can lie. Okay. Image. Hello, bom dia. Working on menus today? Yes, I'm working on menus today. Just give me a moment. I'm going to catch some water. I am back. Thank you for waiting. So let's continue. Question: What is the steps I need to follow to set up my own dev publishing company business? Do you have any good websites I can check to do with what I need? So since you are in Portugal, you need to check out. Okay, but you want to build a website or do you want to build a company? Very different thing. I wanna make a company, yeah, I don't know anything about it. So, meow, prepare yourself because build a company in Portugal it's not easy and it's very expensive to create and maintain a company. You can release a game under Innocent Meow. In terms of you can release a game as an individual. You don't have to set up a company to release a game. People release games with a private name, with their own name, like David Hawk. I can release a game under my name, David Hawk. So you don't have to build up a company because building up a company in Portugal, you need to pay a fee to open the company, which is 265 euros online or 365 offline. Then you need, and this is mandatory, you need to have a certified accountant, and a certified accountant is at least 250 euros a month. And then you need to make social security declarations. You need to declare yourself to social security and pay the social security fees every month. It's very expensive to maintain a company. So I don't. Since you don't have, since you are a student yet, I don't recommend make a company at this moment. It's very early. Steam. Unity doesn't even accept my little game as a game of my account. Just erase the signs. That's normal. Type your real name without the signs and you're good to go. That's a very regular thing that's happens. For example, João. Just remove the sign on the A. But then people will read it wrong. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Because people will always misread things. That's normal. Or what you can do, which is cheaper, create your own brand. Like Innocent Meow. You can create your own brand, use it as a private brand. You don't need to set up a company. Setting up a company is not mandatory. You can use whatever you want. Because to set up a company on your first year, you're going to spend like 4,000 euros a year just to maintain it. It's not cheap. Okay, so let's finish this. We don't need a backdrop for this. Why is it positioned that way? Okay. Oh. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, this looks definitely better. If you have any questions, please tell me. Oh. Okay. Hello. Yes, yes, a GTX 1080 can solve your problem, yes. Is it too dark? I think it's too dark. Hmm. Um, just an idea. Image. Like this. What do you think? Too much? It is too much? Nails only when hovered. Or just 2. I think 4 is too much. Oh. I need to set up the colors here. Okay. Okay, or selected. And then show the press X to open the menu for it, and the animation will be a hammer slamming it. That's too much for today. Meow. That's cool, but that's too many work for today. I sent you an update of my main menu that I worked a little bit when I woke up in the middle of the night. Okay, I'll check that later. Okay, so we need to... So we have for new viewers today, don't forget to follow me. I need to reach my goal of 30 followers. There's only one left. Who is going to be the lucky one? Visuals, okay, tabs. Why is it orange? Yo, almost 30 followers. Yes, I need at least one more. Who is going to be the lucky one? One more. You can share. You can share the stream if you want. All right. So the UI is mainly redone in this sense. I'm going to make a break to eat something, and meanwhile I'm going to show you a little interview about the creation of Crash Bandicoot. So see you later and thank you.
Being authentic to the place that we are bringing people in, because basically Lara Croft is archaeologist, so the places she discovered.
So in the summer of 1994, my partner Jason Rubin and I were wrapping up Way of the Warrior, which was our 3DO fighting game. And we were trying to figure out what kind of game do we want to make next. And it's this interesting synergy when you're figuring out a new game, like what do you think will sell well? What do you think will be fun to make? What do you think you can make? What's the competition going to be like? And we played everything all the time. And we knew we wanted to make a console game. So the biggest genre on consoles at the time were platform action games. Games like Super Mario World, the Donkey Kong Country, which wasn't actually out yet, but we had played at some trade shows and stuff and looked phenomenal, and all sorts of other like classic 16-bit platform games. And at the same time, in the arcades, there was new 3D hardware, and certain genres were making the transition from their traditional like 80s, early 90s 2D state to 3D. For example, like Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat were still all the rage, but now there was Virtua Fighter from Sega. That was using 3D graphics, and they were just cool. And it was clear that things were going that way. Racing games had gone to 3D. There's some shooting games, like Sega was also demoing Virtua Cop. And so we were like, these new consoles that are coming out, they're going to be 3D. Can we make a 3D platform game? No one had ever done it. We'd not seen anything like it. We're like, but it's got to happen. You got these games like Super Mario World, they sell like 35 million copies. Like, everyone loves them, everyone plays them. Like, people are going to want to play those in 3D too, and they'll look even cooler. Think about that world, or like speeding through as Sonic the Hedgehog, doing those loop tubes in 3D. What is that going to look like? Jason and I had sold the distribution publishing rights for Way of the Warrior to Universal Studios, to a new unit called Universal Interactive. They had given us this housekeeping deal, which was sort of an offer that was too good to refuse, like, because they're basically like, come out to California, move on to Universal's lot next to Steven Spielberg, and we'll give you like a bungalow for free and like utilities for free, and you can just do whatever you want, and all you have to do is show it to us. Prior to fall of 1994, Naughty Dog was just Jason and Andy, with the occasional other person who helped out as a work for hire or sometimes a royalty programmer or something, to like maybe they did the PC conversion of one of our games or something like that. Naughty Dog was this partnership. It always was, like, you know, while we were there, and it was this synergy between Jason and I. We both did all the creative stuff. We were best of friends. We were roommates. We came up with the ideas. We did the business together, and Jason was a phenomenal artist, very technical artist also, full of ideas, and I was a game programmer, I think a pretty good one, and we just, between the two of us, like, he would try to make it like look incredible. I would try to make the technology really work and like deliver the most, and we both try to make it really fun. So we're driving out to the West Coast. We piled everything. Well, a bunch of stuff went with the movers, but like we piled the dog, the Naughty Dog, Morgan, and ourselves into my Honda Accord, and we drove across the country. And so we had lots of time to talk while we're driving, and we're trying to figure out this next game. We'd talked about it before, but it really sort of gelled somewhere in the Midwest. So we're like, well, what would it be really like to do a platformer in 3D? And we talked about the different platformers and we're talking about like Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, imagine you're going through loops, or you're running and you're jumping platforms or collecting stuff in 3D. And the camera's always behind you. And you see the world, and that looks all great, but it's like the Sonic's ass game. All you do is see Sonic's ass. You're always going to see the back of the character, but the front of the character is where the expression is and stuff. Could we do levels where you come at the camera, but how are you going to see where you're going? These eventually led actually to the boulder levels in Crash Bandicoot. Should we do levels sideways? Should he look over his shoulder towards the screen? One of the big sort of design quandaries, which took us over a year to crack, was, well, now you're in 3D, and traditionally, your joystick or your joypad is like an axis, and it sort of lines up with the screen. You press the joypad and you move on the screen in the corresponding way. So there's a very clear mapping of the user's intent into the game world. But we're like, well, now it's 3D. So how does the joypad, it's still just 4 little magnetic contacts, and 4 little switches that hurt your thumb. So how is that going to allow you to control in 3D? Which 2 axes is it controlling? Is it always locked to the camera? Is it always locked to how the character's facing? It wasn't until we actually started really programming that and getting into it later in 1994 and early into 95 that we kind of worked through all those things. And there's a lot of different takes on it. It was not so obvious at first. Yeah, so Hollywood housekeeping deal is more or less as follows. They give you office space and phones and electricity and that kind of stuff for however many people you need. And they don't charge you for it. And then part of it was a first look deal. So basically we're working on stuff and they can come in, It's not like they can barge in any time, but they just knock at the door and they're like, hey, or whatever. And you just sort of show them the stuff. And then they have the right to make an offer on it if you can work things out. But you can just take it. You still have to show it to them, but you could just take it and go show it to someone else too and sell it to someone else. Then you might end up losing your housekeeping deal and have to leave if you actually sold it to someone else. But basically it's this sort of transitional thing where you're building a relationship, sort of building trust, and you're expecting to actually sell it to them. But meanwhile, your operating costs are low. We still had to pay our employees ourselves, but at first we didn't have any. So it allowed us to have this office, a real office, and look real, without spending any money, which was all good by us. We're simultaneously designing the game that became Crash Bandicoot and sort of shopping for a platform for it. At the time, there were 2 platforms that were out, and we knew because it was going to be a 3D game that we wanted to do something on one of the new 32-bit platforms. So there's the 3DO, which we'd already made a game on. The 3DO was, we liked the people there, but the machine was sort of clunky, half 3D machine. It was also very expensive and wasn't selling very well, and it probably couldn't really do the game we wanted to do. Then there was the Atari Jaguar, which was kind of we just sort of took it as a bit of a joke. It was sort of niche. It was also out, but wasn't selling very well either. And then you had like the big guys all about to release new machines. Not instantly, but it's sort of like brewing on the horizon. You had some mystery machine from Nintendo, but we had no way of like knowing what Nintendo was up to. They just basically didn't talk to Americans. And that was further out, we had heard. And then there was, Sega had 2 things going on. They had a 32X, which was coming out that fall, which was some kind of like, we knew, way in which you souped up the Genesis. And the Genesis, we had made a game on the Genesis, was an awesome machine, and I liked the Genesis. But it was still a very 16-bit 2D machine. We were wondering how they would add 3D to that. And then they were making this new machine that, I don't remember if it was called the Saturn yet, but it became the Saturn. And then there was this wild card, Sony. Like, of course, we knew Sony. We had Sony TVs and Sony Walkman and stuff, but like they hadn't done video games before. But we had heard they had this like powerful new machine. So we contacted both Sega and Sony and got the information on the machines, which they gave us. You have to sign your life away and your firstborn and all that. And I think with Sony, well, actually, to definitely get hardware, you had to give them like a $100,000 deposit. If they didn't like you, they could just keep. But Sony was actually great to work with. But like it was actually fairly easy to do. But they did have this thing that I think was basically to separate the kids from the from the adults. And so they would send you the information on their machines, and we'd read about them, and then you could order the machines if you gave them the deposit and stuff. So I think we had both machines. In fact, I'm sure we did. And I'm reading at them, and the Saturn is like, it was kind of interesting, but it was also this weird Frankenstein where they had like taken a bunch of arcade hardwares, stripped them down for home efficiencies, and kind of glued them together. And they really weren't sure about the whole 3D thing. So the Saturn's actually sort of 2 game machines in one unholy Siamese twin machine. There's like a 2D one in there and a 3D one in there, and the 3D one is sort of underpowered. Like, it's actually a great machine for doing games like Space Harrier, or where you're scaling 2D sprites, or for scrolling games. And then Sony had this new machine which was like all 3D. It could do 2D pretty well too, but it didn't have dedicated 2D hardware. It used the 3D hardware as 2D hardware. And it was like a new, clean design, very similar to high-end commercial 3D hardware like the Silicon Graphics hardware or something, but with a bunch of simplifications to make it much more economic. Silicon Graphics workstations were these fantastically expensive. They ran IRIX, which was a variant of Unix. They basically started like $35,000, could get to $500,000 easily for our typical sort of workstation that like special effects companies use, like the Indigo 2 Extreme, which is we had a lot of. Like that was like basically a $100,000 machine just for the hardware. And this is compared to like a souped up PC at the time might be like $6,000 or something. So it's like very expensive machine, but it had graphics boards. Now, ironically, these graphics boards that they had were fairly similar to like a entry-level graphics board you might put in your PC in 1999. But this wasn't 1999, this was 1994. So with the PlayStation, they made a somewhat more sort of 2D triangle rendering graphics unit, and there were 2 main custom chips in the PlayStation 1, a graphics unit and a sort of custom MIPS CPU. And this is a standard kind of configuration even today to some extent. So, but the GPUs today are wildly more complicated, and they also do a lot of the math work that old GPUs in the 90s did not do. The PlayStation 1 GPU just drew triangles on the screen, but it was pretty good at it. It could draw about 120,000 polygons a second of triangles, which was phenomenal for the time for a consumer piece of hardware. If you were using a PC at the time, they had no graphics hardware, or no 3D graphics hardware. They had like VGA boards. You'd be lucky to get a couple hundred polygons because you had to do them all in software. I don't think there were any graphics cards for PCs in '94. By the mid-late 90s, there were some for a couple $100, and they were like similar to what the PlayStation was at this time. But here was the PlayStation, which was going to be like $199, $299, whatever it was, and it was like a complete machine with a CD drive and with the memory and everything. Like console machines, like compared to PCs at the time, a world of difference. PCs are still a little bit of pain, but they're easy now. But in those days, we're talking Windows 3.1. and DOS. When to run a game, you usually had to have a boot disk with like custom auto-exec batch and config sys, and you had to open up your machine and write down the hardware addresses of the peripherals in your machine before you could even install your game. I mean, this was not a very game-friendly world on PCs. But a PlayStation or a Genesis or a Super Nintendo, you just shoved in the cartridge or the CD, pushed on, boom, it booted, and you just connected to your TV. So these things were so much more accessible, and they cost a lot less. Like, kids could use them. The kids weren't going to break dad's expensive computer or misinstall something or whatever, and it was so much faster. Anyway, so consoles were really very convenient for playing games. I liked the Sony best. It was neat and clean and powerful and intended for 3D. Now, like, I really thought it was the only one of those machines that actually do what we were sort of like aiming at. And by that point, by the time we were analyzing the hardware, we had the game we wanted to make in mind. And it really was pretty close in generalities to what became Crash Bandicoot. The core idea behind Crash Bandicoot as a game was, and all games start from genre, like really what I call mechanic, the gameplay. It was going to have a mechanic like a game like Donkey Kong Country or Aladdin or Super Mario World. You were going to go through levels with successive timing challenges and enemies and jumps. It was going to be platforming, and it was going to have a cartoony animal character, and we wanted to not make it look like a video game exactly in the way the video games looked like at that time. Like, to not be as video gamey. We wanted it to look like a Looney Tunes cartoon or a, like, you know, Tex Avery animation where the character was highly animated, fluid. If he got mushed by a giant stone roller, he got turned into a flat thing that waddled around. Or if he got burned, he crisped up and got blown away by the wind, or someone swept him up with a magic pail of, dustbin, and in that very cartoon kind of way. We wanted a world that like looked like a cartoon world with kind of sensibility that was like classic cartoons, or sort of it was being reinvented at the time with TV shows like DuckTales and Animaniacs. Animaniacs was hot. Like, then there was an animation revival going on. Beavis and Butthead had recently hit. South Park was to come like 2 years later. Like, The Simpsons was big. And there were different styles of animation. And we liked the classic Looney Tunes style. And also Disney had sort of come out of its doldrums and had recently released, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, Aladdin. Like, animation was cool again. It was able to sort of bring to life these sort of fantasy characters in a kind of fun way that like people could really relate to. So we were convinced that if we could make it look like one of those Looney Tunes cartoons, how could they not like the character and relate to it? Because those guys are all likable, even surly, sarcastic guys like Bugs or, whatever, because they're just so cute in their cartoony way. So early on, we had this vision of this sort of living cartoon that with the sort of intense, fast-paced platform gameplay. And one of the sort of synergies, and there were turned out to be relatively few synergies, like working in a studio and not working in film or television. But like one of them was that we could easily like talk to professionals, like who do contract work, like sound guys and designers and stuff. And so we interviewed a whole mess of different cartoon designers, and we settled on these two guys, Charles Zimbalist and Joe Pearson, super talented, experienced cartoon guys. They had worked for like Hanna-Barbera and done a lot of character and background work on shows that we had liked. Like Charles had done a bunch of character stuff on DuckTales, which is great characters, like just really iconic style ones. And then we sort of explained, we contract them, had them in, we sort of explained the characters and stuff like Crash. Already we knew he was this sort of Australian animal. We had picked this idea because we wanted to co-opt like a real animal, but like make him our own character. And we had Dr. Cortex as this silly villain and stuff. And we explained them to them, and they drew them basically. And they just knew how to draw everything as a cartoon. So it came out looking like something from the world of Who Framed Roger Rabbit or whatever. And it's like, oh my God, that's awesome. Or he's awesome, but He's got, what's with that silly hat? Take off the silly hat, or put on a new. Maybe he should have gloves, or Dr. Cortex needs the villain gloves. He's an evil genius. He has to have the villain gloves. Those like sort of dish gloves that cartoon villains always have. And should he have an evil mustache? Like it's the villain beard because it's actually a 17th century thing after Guy Fawkes, like the sort of classic villain beard. So that helped bring these idea to life, and we're doing that, and we're simultaneously trying to get. We've got a PlayStation prototype, and we're trying to figure out how to actually make it work in reality. Now, the character that actually went fairly smoothly, like making this moderately low polygon version. He was actually like 600 originally polygons, which given that in Crash 1, we actually, in a frame, they were 30 frames a second, and we got about 1,500 polygons on the screen. And 600 of them went to Crash. That's how important he was to us. Like most people, they'd use like 80, and so their characters would look like weird walking blocks. We wanted him to look like a real cartoon character. That required a lot of detail. So he gets a third of the entire budget just for the main character. He's the protagonist. It's all about him. But we want to make these incredible looking worlds, and so Joe primarily, Pierce, was drawing. We're like, we knew it was going to be on this imaginary sort of island near Tasmania or something, and we're like describing, and he's drawing these lush jungles and the totem things and caves with mine cars and all these classic video gamey kind of things, and they look gorgeous in his color sketches, and we're like, we're going to make those. But then we had to figure out how to actually do that and get into the PlayStation. With Crash, we were forging into new ground everywhere. Like no one had ever made a 3D platform action game, and I'm not sure that anyone had ever really made background scenes and levels that were actually interactive and rendered in real time at the detail level that we were trying to do. We had these sort of paper templates, these drawings of like lush jungles and stuff. First, we were trying to figure out, well, how do we get them into the computer? Well, it was completely obvious that PCs, which were the standard thing that people would use for development machines, were just not going to cut it. They hadn't, again, it's Windows 3.1 and no 3D graphics. And the things had like effectively 640K of RAM. Like, you might have a little bit extra, but that's a long, boring story from the 90s. So we made the plunge to buy, for everyone in the company, which was about 5 people at this stage, Silicon Graphics workstations, mostly Indigo 2 Extremes. These are like $75,000 to $100,000 workstations. They had 3D graphics. The software to do the 3D graphics was also like about $75,000 per machine, plus like some yearly firstborn tithe. But this was what people had done in very recent memory at the time, Terminator 2 or The Abyss or even Jurassic Park on. Like, it was the only thing where 3D graphics was really sort of done in a serious way. And so we settled on using as our software alias Power Animator, which is one of the 3 choices at the time. And Jason first started creating this jungle. It just became instantly obvious that you couldn't just build a jungle like we intended in Power Animator. It was designed for shots in movies like Jurassic Park, where they would do elements, and then they would render the elements and they would composite them. And so you couldn't make a gigantic scene, and nothing was instanced. Like you had to sort of massage every polygon individually, and it was not intended for you to come back to it and like rework it. Like, I don't think they do that. I've never been on a special effects team on a movie, but like, I don't think they really do a ton of highly iterative rework. I think they make their shot, get it right, and move on. We needed like a way in which you could use, for memory reasons and for efficiency reasons, like the same tree. Like, so we would make like 5 trees, and then the jungle would be all those same 5 trees, but all rotated around and scaled differently and maybe colored differently, so that we didn't have to go make 1,000 trees. We didn't have like enough guys and enough time to make 1,000 trees. We wanted to make 5 trees or 10 trees and decorate them up but video games are big. Like, you go through a large level, and if you play Super Mario World, well, you run past the same mushroom hundreds of times, or there's the 5 mushrooms or whatever it is. But like, that's the way video games are made. And there was just no way to do that in Powder, and you couldn't even stick that many things in the level and have it like even fit in the memory on the SGI. So that was one of our first problems, and one of our programmers Dave solved it with all the work was working on it by making this tool by which the artist could make the individual elements in individual files, like the trees and whatever. And then there was this giant script and like Photoshop files by which it explained how to combine them all into the level. And it said, this tree, this is tree number 1, and like it was actually assigned to a color, and it was painted on the image, and they would paint that, and you'd paint the height of the ground, and there was part of this tool that which would generate the ground with like the colors from the Photoshop layers, like as the height, and it would like you'd run it and it would build the level. And so then if you wanted to build it again, but you wanted to make that hill a little shorter, you went in and edited the Photoshop thing, changed the colors a bit, made it shorter, and you reran the tool, and it would build the level again from scratch. Like, and let's say in that same time you would change the tree to like, make it a little taller or whatever, it would like put the new tree in when it built it. So it sort of did this whole process, and it would output it in chunks, because Power Animator couldn't even load the whole level that this thing output like up into memory. It would chop it up into like 16 parts or something, and like then you could load the pieces in. Like, so the artists might, if they wanted to look at it, like load 2 pieces in and like look at just that part and see how it came out. Because you could load them back into Power Animator, and you could like sort of fly around them in 3D on the SGI and sort of see what your world looked like. So the way it works when you're working on a video game machine that has not come out, and this is fall of 94, but the PlayStation shipped in fall of 95 and our game shipped in fall of 96, is you get this sort of like early version of the machine, which isn't quite perfect, but is sort of mostly maybe about 80% of the machine. So we got this like clunky big box, which was like the early PlayStation like prototype. And it turned out to be a pretty good machine, but first you got to like understand it, because it comes with a bunch of manuals which are incredibly badly translated from the Japanese and are mysterious, and you'd have amusing debates between the programmers what they actually meant by the funny choice of English words. These days they get better translations, but 30 years ago, not so much. But the way to really figure out what to do is to test things empirically. So I understand how video game machines are supposed to be designed. And first, in reading the instructions, you kind of have to understand what the hardware designers who built this machine intended to be the way it was to be used. Now, you might not use it exactly that way. You're going to get the best performance out of the machine by using it in a way that's relatively close to the intent. Now, they don't ever come out and just say this. You have to sort of infer it. And then you have to figure out if what they claim that it can do is actually the case. And so you do that by taking the individual pieces and you write test code to do certain things on the machine and put it through its paces. It's like, taking a car out on the track and seeing how fast it can actually corner without crashing and burning. Fortunately, with the PlayStation, if you overtax it, it just runs slower, overheats or something. It doesn't explode and spray out over all the spectators. So I ran graphics tests, and surprisingly, the graphics hardware in the machine actually was able to render about the number of polygons that they claimed. But there's a bunch of different graphics modes, and so test it in the normal resolution, test it in the high resolution mode, had this weird resolution mode in the middle, and find interesting discoveries. Well, it's like half speed in the high resolution mode, but in the mid resolution mode, which was clearly just sort of an afterthought, it's the same speed as the low resolution mode. It's like, well, it seems like maybe that mode might be interesting. You can render polygons with textures, without textures, with shading, without shading, and you try these and see how, because they always give the best case, basically, when they give the numbers. So did they give the case for all unshaded flat polygons, which aren't that useful, or did they give it for textured ones, or whatever? It turned out actually they give a fairly proper number, but the polygons without textures drew about twice as fast. Well, when you have a relatively small number of polygons, twice is a lot faster. But then when you do tests, for example, Jason already made this Crash Bandicoot character, who looks pretty much the same as the final Crash Bandicoot character. And so I had that draw on the screen, and we shrank it down to about the size it would be on the screen. I ran some code to actually calculate the number of pixels that each of his polygons occupied on the screen, and it turned out they were the average was 1.2 pixels. So I'm like, well, why would we texture these polygons? We needed a lot of polygons because we wanted Crash to be fluid and smooth and to animate well. And you can't animate within a polygon. You can only animate the polygons. So if you want him to bend nicely or be rounded, you need a lot of polygons. But if there are only a couple pixels, what good do textures do? So we decided for characters, let's not use the texture mode. Let's just use the faster, easier to use shaded mode, which most people didn't do. Most people just used textures. And part of this is because we ran the tests and found that the non-texture mode ran twice as fast. Like if you didn't run the tests, you just sort of like used the numbers in the book, it just gave you one number. We figured out that PlayStation could actually draw a pretty decent number of polygons per second from the graphics hardware. But you have to do the math to figure out where those polygons are going to be. It's called vertex transforms in computer graphics. And that requires doing a ton of multiplying and adding, which is something computers are very good at, but they have specialized hardware to do it. These days, that stuff is all on, like almost every computer and even your phone have advanced GPUs, and they have vertex units, and they do tremendous numbers, gigaflops often, of multiply adds. But in those days, like most computers, just did the multiplies and adds one at a time on the CPU, and they could do like hundreds or thousands, like not billions. Somewhere in here, the designers had put hardware that was designed to do multiply adds because you need to do millions of them. But this was all hidden behind a bunch of like C programming language libraries that Sony had, which you gave them the numbers and it multiply added them. And those things performed terribly. While the graphics unit could get 120,000, somewhere in that range, polygons per second drawn, the libraries could only transform the math for them for maybe like 5,000, 10,000, which was just not going to cut it because your numbers go down really rapidly as you're making a interactive game. You're going to need at least 30 frames a second to make a decent video game. 60 would be better, but 60 wasn't really possible with early 3D games. It is now. Most PlayStation 4 games run in 60. So the base tested performance on Vertex Math on the PlayStation 1 using the official Sony way of doing it, calling their graphics libraries, was like at least an order of magnitude off, like 1/10 of what it should be. It just didn't run fast enough. This was a serious problem. One of our overriding goals with Crash, really think of it in sort of graphical kind of gameplay technology way. There was like a background problem. We wanted these super lush detailed worlds. And there was a foreground problem, which was we wanted characters in here that looked like Looney Tunes or like Disney quality animation. And that meant that the characters had to really animate. Not traditionally in sort of low polygon 90s era 3D graphics, you would make your characters by constructing a very small number, maybe single digit, double digit, small double digits, number of bones, like upper arm bone, lower arm bone, head bone, chest bone, 2 chest bones, upper leg bone, right? And you would stick all of the art that pertained to that character's upper right leg on the upper right leg bone. And the bone was like a rigid thing. It could be turned, like a rotate, it was like a joint. It could be rotated or moved, but nothing within it could change. Like you could actually scale it, but you didn't do that much. So what this meant was that if someone's arm was animating, it could kind of go like, and if you wanted fingers, you had to have like lots of bones. You could do you could do mitt, or sometimes kind of like this, or you could put one bone per finger. Then they're like stiff, or they're all like this, but they can maybe move individually. If you wanted individual fingers, you needed tons of bones. That was just too much math for the PlayStation to handle. We just knew it could never handle tons of bones. And even if you had the tons of bones, there was a bunch of problems. Like the polygons that were on one joint and the one that are on the other joint would sort of like rub into each other, so there'd be gaps between the bones as they moved. It didn't look very good. It looked all like weird and flickery, or like holes in the character. That's not very realistic, like, or cartoony. And you certainly couldn't do something like, say he gets his hand hit by a hammer in a cartoon. Well, what happens? It swells up like a balloon and then pops and goes, you know, like that's a proper cartoon thing to have happen to your hand when it gets hit by a hammer, or it gets flattened into a pancake and something like that. Well, you just couldn't do that at all with the whole bone system. A game like Virtua Fighter in the arcade used the classic bone system. Now, this worked okay for a fighting game because there's not a ton of deformation, but the characters are a little stiff. And a game contemporaneous with Crash that was being worked on at at the same time as ours, wasn't out when we were making our game, would be like the original Tomb Raider. Lara Croft she's pretty stiff. She doesn't have any, with Bones, it's almost impossible or very difficult to do facial animation too, and we knew we really wanted facial animation. What kind of cartoon character doesn't like smirk or
Ups, tinha o microfone desligado. Ok, I am back, folks. Pois olha, Minhal, peço desculpa. Vês depois quando fizermos aqui uma pausa. Ok, então vamos aqui continuar. Acho que só estamos nós os dois. Pronto, e quando fiz a pausa eles pisgaram-se. Ok, então, pronto, isto realmente visual acho que já está muito melhor do que estava antes. Acho que vou ter que fazer aqui um update à demo com estes menus, porque realmente, pronto. Aliás, o som está... Ok, já está o áudio. Eu adicionei este som, acho que é mais... tem mais a ver com o jogo. Aqui também load. Ok. Aqui também já está. Pronto. Acho que sim, acho que pelo menos já está melhor do que o que estava. Deixa-me só aqui baixar um pouco isto. Setting screen. Está um bocadinho. Ó. Ok. Sim. Acho que vamos. Tá. Ok, pronto. É isto que é a fazer, ok. Ok, então vamos aqui editar o background. Hello. Onde é que está? E esta? Banner July. Olha, o Cheese Winner está a fazer stream logo de manhã. Ok, a ver se tiramos. Se temos aqui mais um seguidor para. Temos os 30 pessoas. É verdade, Miau, já viste aquela situação da Xbox? E aí ele começou já a fazer streams de manhã e à tarde GameDev. Vamos meter com ele.
Oi! Amarretada, como é que é, Polycast? Sai da frente, Dodge! Epá. Obrigado. Merda. Oi, oi! Epá. Stream logo de manhã, é verdade.
Violence isn't the point. It's the choreography.
Ok. Oh, como é que é essa prova? Como é que estás, meu? Blackwood Act 1, portanto, isto é para termos mais jogos. Coming September. É que já nem precisávamos de mais jogos em setembro. Só. Isto é que eu quero jogar. Como é que estás, meu? Eu acho que no meu caso é pouco dinheiro. O meu tempo para jogar ainda tenho. Olha o teu dinheiro. Bloodborne a cores.
É verdade, estava aqui o áudio. Ok, bom almoço. Yes. Alien. Hello, Alien. How are you? Okay. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Bom dia, Sérgio, como estás? Como é que está o menino? Conte-me tudo. Como é que você está? Então, só aqui para te contextualizar, Sérgio, estou aqui a tratar do user interface que sentia que precisava aqui de umas melhorias. Estou no relax, muito bem, assim é que é. Eu não gosto. Fuck. Como é isto? Realmente nem sei onde meter isto, pá. Primeiro acima. Sim, fica assim. Fica assim. Vamos já aqui fazer uma demonstração. Então, aqui o que eu estive a fazer foi, pronto, estive a mudar aqui o menu principal, que inicialmente tinha uma função clique qualquer botão para iniciar, pronto, e depois mostrava-te. Aliás, acho que está aqui um contato das pessoas. Okay, so I'm going to speak in English, okay, because there are several people here. So I'm revamping the UI. In the beginning, if you played the demo, which is available on Steam, the main menu it began with press any button and then would open the save slots for you to create a save slot and begin the demo. It didn't have any menu, options menu, nothing. So I had to create a more complete main menu. So now you have a new game option, a load game option, and options menu. When you select the options menu, I'm not sure. Okay, the audio is on. Here now you have the categories of the controls which were not existent before. You can enter the audio and change the audio. I added like this sound to be a little bit more spooky. You have now controls. I need to add vibration, visuals, which you can change the resolution and put it on full screen on PC. I need to add the filters because the game is going to have several filters. And the gameplay, which is at the moment, it only has a modern mode enabled. I will feature several gameplay options such as add like the shadow of the character. You can change the shadow to be more visible to help you with the falls. So basically that's it. And the visuals and UI was revamped. here the GUI was also revamped to fit more the theme of the game. To be a little like cemetery, spooky, Halloween. I've added some stats on the save slots. You can now see the echo mares, total echo mares you collected, and the RIP. It's going to be inserted in the game to tell you how many times you died overall in the game. And now the date format is fixed. Also, I've added this question to the list save data. You can delete it. And then when you create, it asks you what playstyle do you want. This is something I was inspired by Crash Bandicoot 4. It was not planned. But the feedback I got from the expos was that the game is too hard for players, for today players, because the player behavior change over time. Yes. Oops. Fuck. Yes, I need to fix that. Yeah. So you create save, and then you have now a modern mode, which I created in the demo, which gives you infinite lives, and you have a retro, which has a life system, so you can choose. So when you start the game, it will ask you what gameplay style do you want, but you can change it later. Also, when you highlight an option, will tell you what it is. Modern, when you die, you always continue from the last checkpoint, recommended for new audiences, of course. And retro, when you die, you lose a entry, a life. Running out of the retries restart the level from the beginning, just like the old days. And there you go. I've also added the GUI on this. This is like a prototype of the hub, because the game won't feature traditional menu to the level selector. You are in the level, it's a regular level with things to collect, and then you will have tents. Each tent is a level. It acts like a portal. And then when you go near a tent, it will tell you the stats of the level. When you did not enter yet, you haven't played the level will all be, it will say 0 and everything, and will say enter. Then after you complete the level and return to the hub, the stats are updated, and instead of enter it says replay. When the tents are locked, because the echo mares are the currency for unlocking new levels, just like on Spyro, like on every 3D platformer. So some levels will be locked and will tell you how many echo mares do you need to unlock the level. In this case, there are 3 on this one. Haunted Mansion, 3 echo mares. These are placeholders, of course, and the ice level will feature 1. For example, I will enter here. Okay, blah blah blah. I will just catch a voodoo doll. I will catch like a crystal. Now I'll catch the Echo Mare and end the level.
Let's start.
It'll give you the stats. You catched one crystal, one voodoo doll, and then one Echo Mare on 30 seconds. Okay. And now you have it's updated. You catched a crystal, an Echo Mare. The Echo Mare is highlighted in the middle. And the time. Now here, now you can access. And it says replay. See, replay. Then the ice level is already okay to enter. And now you are on the ice level. So what do you think of this system? Is the mic on? Oh yes, the mic is on. Okay. So I have here new viewers. Please follow me. You can follow the development of this game. This week I will be streaming every day. This week. Okay. So I have now inserted here. Just let me check. Okay. Oh, okay. So I need to UI controls and UI controls. Copy. Oop, fuck. Copy. Um, ok. Usaste vídeos na intro? Um vídeo que pode ter um tamanho e uma resolução específica. Não usei intros, não usei vídeos na intro. Não. So I have here a comment in Portuguese. Sergio Pina asked, did you use videos in the intro? The videos need to have a size or a specific resolution? No. I did not use videos. They are all images. The intro is a built-in intro of Unity. But yeah, you do not need to be specific about the resolution. What I advise is the aspect ratio. It need to be at least 60:9. But you can use another one. Or at least have 720p. So this is okay. File. Okay, so I will special. Okay. And then the text here. Hmm. No. Okay. Options. Okay, here I need to add copy. Yeah. Okay. Have you played my demo, Sajipina? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Do you think it's better with icons or no? Hmm. I think we're going in the right track. Okay. Thank you for your advice. Yeah. Yeah. Ziegler, hi Ziegler, how are you? Are you enjoying the stream? Hmm. Oh my god, we have a new follower. Oh my god, who followed me? Who followed me? Ziegler! How did you know I wasn't from Portugal since you said it in English? Um, I didn't know you were not Portuguese. I speak both languages. It depends. If I know that the people here are Portuguese, I speak Portuguese. But if I see that if I have new people here, I speak in English. So I saw that you were on stream, and then I said hi. So thank you for following. Um, I'm for Poland. Okay. Are you a game dev? So let me now update my new goal. Thank you again, Ziegler, for the following.
Did you?
It disconnected me from the call.
Oh, I thought you left the call. I thought you just thought my music taste was bad.
Let me now. You. Where are um, just a moment. Okay. Where are my goals? Manage goals. Okay. Start new goal. Let's do it 40. Okay. Now I have a new goal of 40 followers. Okay, Ziegler says, I'm from Poland, nice to meet you. I'm more involved in web development, but I've also been doing something in game development for over 2 months. What are you doing what game are you doing? It's a platformer? It's an RPG? It's a roguelite, like whatever. Hi Fog, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Don't forget to follow. Okay. What I was doing. Okay, I'm going to change. I'm going to change the background. Whoops. Okay. Hello. Okay. I'm going to change the background. Yeah. Yes. Content. Let's release this and this and release Bobo. Bobo. Oh. Now, what I want. Big rock, foreground. The foreground, you have one, none of those things as long as I'm on my testing ground, as I call it. So I'm just testing different solutions at all time. But overall, I plan to make a survival game, a little bit like Don't Starve. Woohoo! You got the 30 follower count. Thank you, Idian. Congrats! Thank you. I'm the 30th follower. Yay! So let me change. Photoshop. Okay, this is what I'm doing. Okay, I'm creating a new background for the options menu. This is based on this background you see in the main menu, but I'm modifying it. So I will. Where are you? Goodbye. So what I want is I've got an idea. Where are you? Where are you? Goodbye. And goodbye. Okay. So I'm still someone here, just work on some web dev stuff. Art is fucking awesome, thank you. Did you make it all or you have used AI on some of it? No. This is all by me, but the game features some not AI assets, but pre-made assets from the Unity store. But that's it. Absolutely based. What is do you mean absolutely based? Uh, Let me just see. Oh, I meant not using GenAI is absolutely based. Oh, I meant not using GenAI is absolutely based. Absolutely based is highly dislike AI. I don't know what you mean. I need a translator. Based active concur. Oh, yes, I'm 35 years old. Right. I'm old. Uh, Based, cool, good. Ah, okay. So, absolutely cool. Okay. I meant not using GenAI is absolutely cool. That's better. Thank you. No, I understand what slays mean. Slays, I do understand. Ah, since we're talking about like expressions, what the fuck is 6-7? Please explain. What is 6-7? 6-7 means randomness. Oh, sorry about this. I will now. Yeah, sorry about that. Now, but 6-7 is not funny. I got blocked by the auto mod. People just act special and they think it's funny. Seems you're not that innocent after all. I used to play a lot of League. I'm from my... Oh dear god. What is happening? What is happening? So, in conclusion, 6-7 means randomness, that's it? Okay, but here in Portugal, like, youngsters say a lot 6-7. Whatever. Now I have my project saved. Uh, I mean, most of the funny numbers have meanings. It's like when someone says 69 and you say nice, but kids now hear 6 or 7. When you are saying like, whoa, how many times did you go to the beach last month? 6 or 7 times. And kids gone crazy, ha ha ha, 6, 7, ha ha ha. Okay. Um, Yeah, sorry. Okay. So I need to insert this on assets, texture, system, no, UI. Okay. So now categories, UI, image, backgrounds. And oh, UI, main menu, right, and symbol. Okay. And now this goes here. Yeah, a lot better. Now we are going to add some. Where are you? Here. Copy and paste. Okay. R1. I remember when hackers or shady communities had 1335 in their name. Oh, there were on Discord and such was actually something. Good times, but it was funny because it had meaning. I think nobody now knows what's that anymore. Back in my days, when here comes that boy was a popular meme. I am old as fuck. How old are you, Eldian? 31. I'm 35. I am from the class of 91. So what I want is where are my keyword elements? Fuck. Hmm. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Um, Come on. Yo, Millennials Unite. Innocent Meow, I think he's 25, 25? 25, right? Youngster. Finally, lol, I didn't work with normal slash. Something is wrong. Why it's not yellow? The fuck is not yellow? Fuck me. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, I forgot this background. There you go. There you go. do you think? Okay. I think it looks good. Okay, so file select, I think it's okay. No need to change. Playstyle. Playstyle definitely needs a makeover. So background, copy, and then yes. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. I think it's okay. Mm. Do you like the music? Okay. Oh. I forgot. Okay, this looks good. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's balanced now. Now let me write something. It's okay. Okay, paste. Okay. Now the background mixes better. Yeah. Yeah. I think it looks cool. What do you think? Just by comparison, I have the old one. This is the old one, where you had just this. And then this. And that was it. And that was it. So I think it's a large improvement. To this. Yeah. Yep. So I going to grab a cup of coffee, and in the meanwhile I'm going to show you guys some trailers of some Portuguese games you mostly don't know about. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye.
So in the summer of 1994, my partner Jason Rubin and I were wrapping up Way of the Warrior, which was our 3DO fighting game. And we were trying to figure out what kind of game do we want to make next. And it's this interesting synergy.
Why does my heart go on beating? Why do these eyes of mine cry? Don't they know it's the end of the world? End of the world. Stay in the light.
So now you decide.
Forgive or condemn? Condemn.
It ended when you said goodbye.
I'm back. Okay. Okay.
Ai! Oi! Au! Wow! Wow! What?
Okay, so I will do here a small break. I'm going to be right back.
As well, it's like half speed in the high resolution mode, but in the mid resolution mode, which was clearly just sort of an afterthought, it's the same speed as the low resolution mode. It's like, well, it seems like maybe that mode might be interesting. You can render polygons with textures, without textures, with shading, without shading, and you try these and see how, like, because they always give the best case basically when they give the numbers. Like, so did they give the case for like all unshaded flat polygons, which aren't that useful, or do they give it for textured ones, or whatever? It turned out actually they give a fairly proper number, but the polygons without textures drew about twice as fast. Well, when you have a relatively small number of polygons, twice is a lot faster. But then when you do tests, like for example,